Hello, hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching YouTube, catch us live at twitch.tv/DuckSmountain. If you're watching YouTube and you'd like to see, maybe like, maybe comment, maybe subscribe. And you don't see if you dislike, either way. Either way, I hope you have a wonderful day, and let's get into this. Can you hear me? Fair enough, Supreme. Can you hear me? Since you popped in. Cool. Thank you, thank you. Next one last step. Alright. Get the game up and rolling. Thank you, thank you. For telling me. You do that. Alrighty. Anyway, I'm crazy emote. Got it. Anyway, so we're back here where we've been working on, or have worked on this, right? I need more glass, I think, is what I needed, maybe? I don't remember. All I remember is that we probably need... We're gonna need to make a whole bunch of blocks. I think. Yeah. So we can go around the outside edges. And kind of just make this. I still haven't... Yeah. I still haven't looked up how to keep the happy gas in. I'm gonna guess you just need to have glass. Basically like a normal, gas. So I do want to have like one spot probably near the bottom that you could get out. That way, I don't think I would want you to top because I feel like the gas would be far more likely to end up going into it. Alright, but let's first just make a whole bunch of stuff so we can make the outside edges. You know? Alright, we need a bunch of stairs. I really need a bunch of glass too, but that's gonna be... I think later. I think I want to like try and just like draw out how everything's gonna look, if you will, on the top with the stairs and everything. Ow! I messed up. You can tell that I've been playing Minecraft. I go to reach for tab instead of it take time. I'm not sure. To be honest, just trying to not cough. So I'm not sure what I said either. I think I'm just saying I'd rather have the outline done first. Would probably be better. And then we add in the glass. Alright, I think. Alright, so you... Yo, Wagon! Good question. I suppose as long as I don't hack and cough, I am. I probably realize I've done this wrong. But, pretty sure it was these, right? Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna try and get the rest of the, like I said, I want to get the outline-ish, if you will, of it kind of completed. For the different paths. So I can make a decision on how I have things and all that as well. Alright, Hayotamasu! I have no idea. I don't think so. Like, I get the reference, but I'm not sure what you're referring to specifically here. Which is ironic, because I was just really getting caught up on One Punch Man earlier. Yeah, that's true. True that, true that. Must have been Luna. What? I just said I just saying I'm not supposed to sure what. I literally just said I just got caught up. So it was like, oh yeah, I haven't read in a while. So, yeah, I do know. Alright, Dude, I literally just finished getting caught up with One Punch Man. I had put it away I had stopped reading it for a while because I was in the middle of an arc. And then I forgot to, like, I didn't end up, like, keeping up weekly for, like, I think 2 weeks. And then I was like, I know it was longer, actually. About, like, 2 months. And then I was just like, I'm just gonna wait for the arc to finish. I realized the arc did finish. But then it got caught. Yeah, what do you know? My name. With art and otaku in it. I like manga. Yes. Alright, who would thunk it? But yeah, no, I do. I do. Well, it's not that I drop. It's more like... Especially at the time, it was more... How do I put it? It was a while ago, right? Probably 2 years, actually. But basically, like, I'll get behind on a series, and I'll just be like, you know what? I'll just wait till the arc finishes, right? And then once the arc finishes, I'll be like, okay, now I can go in and, like, just binge read. But unfortunately, that also means that if there's nothing to binge read, there's nothing to binge read. And so yeah. Then end up getting behind on series. Let me think. And then, you know, it's like... The only reason I drop a series is if it just gets too repetitive, boring. As in, how do I put it? Like... I've tried a couple times, but I can't keep the, momentum going for myself. That's why. Like I have just spreadsheets, character sheets, all sorts of things for things I've started and then just never finished. And I'm not saying this is a good thing, I'm saying this is a very, very bad thing. I'm very bad at this. I acknowledge it. Being a thing I do. Does not look right. Because that's touching there and it should not be touching it. I guess what it is this should be the corners instead, maybe? So if that's there... But see, then that's touching there and that doesn't make sense. There makes sense. To some extent, but even then... Probably should be there. That way it's like one in, one in. One in and then one in. Yeah. It allows this to be the back. That's when you pop up here. Anyway. But no, I definitely have tried in the past. I just... never been very good at it. Keeping to it. Because I liked the idea. Like, I had ideas. I have ideas sitting somewhere. I think I've done this wrong. Alright, that's 1, 2, 3 there. I've already pulled this out? No, okay, so that is the there. That is correct. It doesn't feel like it is, oh, because I haven't done this yet. Yeah. We can kind of get a better idea. Anyway, but no. Every now and then I'll get like a idea, I guess you could say. I'll start writing it down. And then next thing I know, I have all these different things for it, but then nothing really comes of it. Not really at this point. I mean, it used to be quite a bit of paper, but now it's just mostly just so many files on my phone. I don't pretend I don't. Every now and then I'll pull out one that I really like the idea of and I'll start working on it again. It doesn't mean it goes anywhere. Typically doesn't. But I mean, I'll start working on it. I'm not gonna pretend otherwise, because, you know how I am. It also doesn't help that now, the time I would be using to kind of try and, like, think about those things, I'm doing other things. So, you know. It becomes a lot harder to do some of that stuff. Right. Well, this should go... Super confused. Look at this. Oh, because... What have I done? I see what I've done. Okie dokie, I can fix that. Look, we have Silk Touch. No, nothing like that. That'd be, that feels weird, man. Alright, so no, this should actually be... Ew! Didn't mean to do that. No. Yeah. Alright, so this... How many... Wow. So I was looking at it, I just looking at this. This doesn't look right at all. Yeah, so that's already like that. So this shouldn't be here. It should be here. Alright. So the leaves should actually move in. Look at those in a second. One space, because we could see that with the other, right? Here, I did wonder a second. Alright. Then you would put this here. That should connect. Wow. Okay. Alright. Nope. If that goes there, then the one would go here, right? Mess that up. And wow. Yeah. So it's like that for each of these sections, right? Kind of easy to tell, none other than like over here where I think it's gonna be a little bit off, but that's just the nature of it. Yeah. So you can see where each of the panels will go up and all that as well. It works for what I'm doing. I mean, it takes some time to kind of design. But then from there, this spot is going to probably be more... We already know this is going to be much more solidified, I guess you could say. So once I've kind of finished... If I don't... Even if I know I shouldn't be singing along, I should look this one. Although I do think to part of this I want to do as well. They might change something in a second. Because I just had a thought. Use this one because it's a lot easier to mend. So here's my thought. I've gone. We're gonna remove this one. Because then this means this is an entirely singular gassed corral between these sections, right? Maybe it's a little crazy, but I think it could work. Let me go down and grab those. Alright, so... a little bit. Just a little. That's still kind of major. But I'm taking stuff that'll get the stuff out of my lungs that are kind of in it right now, so it's going to be worse sounding than it necessarily is. Alright. Even though all my life has been faded, and I don't need to be there to face the unknown. But tonight I've been blinded by the dark. Alright, so here's my thought. I will reach for the dawn. Even when the stars seem far away, I can't be blinded by the dark. By the dark. There we go. And then what we can do here is we can also, because of the way this works, right? Have this kind of be brought out a little bit. I'm gonna put one on this, be different size. Just enough. And then we could do the same thing here as well. And do the same thing on the other side. Rain. Oh, 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 oh. Can't move if there's anything bad. And the slight difference in shading. That can be a world of difference. Did anything actually... Oh, yeah, things totally spawned. Okay. Anything else spawned, though? I don't think so, because of the melt from beneath. I probably should light up at some point, but I'm just not doing so right now. Alright, just getting far enough away, those guys will despawn. 50 blocks, I think, is enough. Not sure how many blocks I went, but I think it was enough. Oh. Alright, we can go farther. I mean, it's starting to really kind of look cool. Alright. Okay, these guys just don't want to die. Good to know. Or be despawning. Die. Hmm. Alright. You. And then we could do the same thing on the opposite side of a similar kind of fashion. And then that kind of just feels like, I suppose, docking 4. Trying to get your gas back, right? Lots of, hey, buddy, here, baby! And all that kind of stuff would be heard in this section. I have no idea. Oh, did I mess that up? No. Cool. I wanted to make sure. Snow, I guess. Anyway. This should probably be something like, I don't know exactly what, but this would probably be something as well. That way each of the locations you'd be most likely to go to have some kind of like point to them, right? Probably gonna add also... And that's right, and that's right. So I might just remove these as well. Because then there's no reason for you to think you would go on these blocks, right? Just like that. I don't know about snow room. I do want to have space specifically around the concept of having a snowman in the area, but I do think that there's no room in most of these spaces. If anything, I would think it'd be probably like something that would end up being underground. Kind of thing. Like maybe, I guess that could be like a tunnel to like, or other. That could be the elevator kind of thing that could go way down, right, into the ground. Where you can have snacks for gas. Saddles and the like, right? So I would say there's not going to be a whole lot of room for that in other places. Not as a guard, most likely as, like, just because... I don't think that would end up making a lot of sense, but... Also, I think I flattened that out, which normally it wouldn't be flattened out, so... I do think that works, though, for here, because the section is literally about just You're trying to get gas to come to you. The entire space would be about just kind of... So while the other sides are all normal and then go through the way it would normally go, like this, right? Ordinarily. Right. Because this is the glass section, right? So it'd be like that normally. We're gonna do the corners like that. Well, maybe not. Maybe I have just to... So... I guess maybe I just do it like that. Here. So it's just like flat across. Yeah, so it is like that. So the glass. Like so. And mind you, these are like this just so you can run around and be like, come here, you idiot. Where are you going? Right. But I guess, yeah, that one over there would most likely be a snack spot. I might still put the lights in, but then instead, basically, you... No, I don't want to do that. That make things complicated. I don't know. But yeah, the concept that goes to like an underground space that's like saddles and stuff, I think makes some sense. So glad this is the one with the ladder. And then that way we just kind of have... like this. Wait. Yeah, that definitely isn't right. That's in the wrong spot. That goes there so that this can go... here. There. Alright, I mean, it's very, very kind of, like, feels very... It's starting to look kind of spacey, right? Like, just kind of, like... And if I had... I'm gonna be honest, if there was any way to, like, other than, like, TNT... to go down, I might even be tempted to go down as well. Like, the whole thing would just basically be kind of... floating. In a hole. But I don't think... No. Thanks. But yeah, we already know this is a cave under here, so we'll have to light that up at some point. so we can use it. Yeah, well, we're going to do for most of the towers this, but I think that one back there might not get that treatment just so that it can actually be a... Or what it'll be is that it will branch off to a spot. Because I can make a branching post here. Right? I haven't made another post, but I could make another branching post that would go all the way over to that side over there. Maybe more in the snow and all that way. Farther away. And then you could have, like, extra things. Or I could just stick the snowballs in there. Totally possible. So obviously this is where the crew would rest. Right? And stuff. Sorry. That goes there. And then I had already wanted to kind of expand that. Yeah. I kind of want to bring that one out a little bit more. Well, maybe it looks okay now, but since this is meant to be much more solid, I guess. Because unlike all these areas that are more about like being able to walk around and traverse and like interact and stuff, this would actually be a place to rest. Did we even pull it out to here so that the wall is in line? I think I need more blocks. But yeah, so then like all the other ones we would have, this gets pulled in here. Oops. And I fell on my face. Hello, goat. I see you. I see your thoughts. And I say no. Since I still haven't removed these, we can use them. Alright, I'm gonna need a lot of these for this. Alright. Crap. I'm gonna run out. I guess I can remember what order I'm doing it. And then we'll fill in with the thin as well, probably. So it feels a lot thicker, a lot kind of nicer, I guess. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not that big when you take into account that this entire area here is for the guests to be able to, like, just roam free, basically. And I haven't even gotten to the point where we have to actually add in extra things. I need more blocks, but I'm trying to kind of wait for the sun, I think. Yeah, I might as well wait for the sun at this point. Put these last four over here. Maybe that spot over there is just kind of there because, you know, efficiency and all that. You know? Yes. So, like, or inefficiency. Or this could be like an isolation tank. Like if a ghast is sick. And you don't want them to mingle with the others, you know? That's also possible. I'm not solitary in that way, because that would mean more thinking like confinement, but like, because I mean, think about it. If a ghast got sick, right? You'd want a place to be able to put the gas. And since this section's really more about just kind of being able to go over to this, there's really no reason to put them here. And then what you can have that be then is that this is a little, oh, whoops, different from like the others, right? Of these, so they'll still have the lines up, but it might have like a little, like a bed or something there as well. Because you want to stay by your ghasty friend, right? Protect them. Keep them safe. Hope that they get better. All that jazz. I think that would work. And then we can have like the only, like we can have like a little, like the only spot that would have an opening would be here. That way that makes sense that this would be for, I guess, gas? Alrighty. Well, I mean, in theory, they've gotta feel pain. They do make pain noises if you smack them. Even the happy variants. So a good loving... I guess we could call them, like, Skyrider or Skyder. And so, like, if you want to keep your buddy fit, I'm just saying in general, like, buddy, like, I don't know, like, if nothing else, I mean, think of it like this, like, this is your only way of transporting yourself and any goods that you'd be carrying, basically, across the world in a reasonable way. Only way to go over, like, creeping darkness areas and all that as well. To hopefully be able to avoid some of that stuff. This would be quite literally your lifeblood. You guess? I mean, this is true. Like, I mean, think about it. How are you meant to be able to get anywhere if you don't have the resources to do so? But see, you're thinking like actual Minecraft has a game logic. You need to think more like if this was actually an apocalyptic world to some extent. Plus, slime machines, if you assume that to some extent, let's just go here. You assume that, you got one left to live. Slime machines become a lot less appealing. Even less appealing, like... Traversal-wise, you're more likely to want something that's gonna be... How do I put this? Secure. Your hiney stays in that seat. Not so fast that if you smack into something, you just die. One splat, right? And, yeah, explosives are definitely out of the question. So, for long distances, even though it would be so uber slow, I mean, specifically over locations that are oh so far away, right? It would be a lot better to just kind of have the ability to just something slow, careful, steady, and take you wherever you need to go. And, well, obviously, you can't actually do that in game, opposite-wise. Something you can probably sleep on in the night. When it gets, too dangerous to fly. Or if you're in the desert, perhaps... I mean, if you think of it like that, it actually kind of fits, right? I mean, think about it. Elytra or not... I mean, I guess you could probably make Elytra. Because you'd be able to do it with the Phantom Wings, right? But... even if you can do that, that doesn't mean that very many people are going to be willing to do it, right? You agree? Ver- um... Do you know what you're agreeing with? Just want to make sure. But yeah, I mean, you think about it. If you're... Again, I mean, sure, in a normal Minecraft world, there's no need for that kind of thing, but... That's because... you're not following a... This is an actual world somebody would actually have to live in, try to survive in, and not die in. Absolutely terrifying. Anyway, I'm not saying like if it was it's a normal Minecraft, but the entire idea was that this is an apocalypse in which horrendous things happen that nobody can do. Alright. The entire concept really and truly being just yikes. Life is terrifying. Alright, and then by the way, the middle of that is going to be slabs. I mean, obviously you're up here up high and all that as well, but that's a more normal kind of expectation of you, right? Beyond that, you still got like certain things. Come on. Alright, so we can do this part. And then this is the outer wall, right? So this is the part we would build up. Alright. Anyway, yeah, I mean, like, if you take it to that kind of stuff into account, that's why I figured, like, gas would be, like, your saving grace. Like, yeah, they're slow as all get out, but they fly over all mobs. They're pretty safe, other than phantoms. Phantoms are the only mob to be worried about, and that's a lot less to be concerned about. At least in comparison. Actually, I think I'm gonna put this here. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is here on the bottom, I think. Yeah, that'll do it. And then it'll be half slabs. To make it feel more like, yeah, there's less, But just kind of putting it together, right? And we're actually kind of starting to have the shape, the outside of it. How's it feeling? Is it feeling more like you would expect? Or like, well, this is silly. Okay. Alright. I see. I hope that you get yourself some food then. If you're hungry, yeah, it's probably a sign that you need to eat. I see. Yep, I do hope that your food is good. As good food is good. Alright. Alright, I think this way. That way we have this here. There. So then the rest of it will be filled in with the half slabs. It's not a very big scaling space. I see. Well, I hope that your food is good then. Cause yeah. Alright. Boom. And again, we can just kind of get the idea of how this would look, right? But then this will be solid around the outside, and the inside will probably like add a little few things, but yeah. I did think about bringing it all the way out, but I think it's better to do it like this. It just kind of feels like there's designated spaces, right? So I think over here in this place will be like a bed area. Probably have a couple bunk beds. Then we can have a table, and we can have perhaps along this side here. As you're about to leave the area, maybe we have the snow golems in this area. You can grab a snack for your beloved buddy. Chow on. I think I've got most of this done, and I'm mostly going to just need the glass now. And, of course, the white dye, but that's not that hard to get. Certainly feels chunky, but again, it's all about the glass of these things. And I did think about removing the corner pieces, right? I just decided it works to do it like this. It feels kind of solid that way. One comes to here. Done to there. I think I'm almost out of... I'm gonna need to get more of these. Yeah, I'm gonna need a few more. A few. Not a lot, but a few. Let's finish getting these in plates. Like, most of the spots are definitely done. Let me get this one done, because this is... I need to count how many I need at this point. Alright, like that. So... I'm thinking a stack. Yeah, I think a stack will do it, hopefully, and I'm probably completely wrong. Alright. Make sure all the spots, though, are done. Actually... Okay, Thomas, it's up to you. A stack or a stack and a half? Or not. Alright, you know, I think it might be 2 stacks. We'll go to 2 stacks, that'll make it a lot easier. I don't like the idea of taking this one forward and over. But yeah, this here... like figure your thought input. Okay. Crap. There we go. Alright. I do need to get more stuff. I'm gonna try and start setting up the tower that's on the inside. Only question is, do we actually want it to be blue? Like everything else. I mean, it does make sense. Alright, how does this look? I want to bring it out and I want to make a little bit of a stage kind of thing here. Yeah, that's definitely going to be necessary. I'll probably bring it up quite a bit. It'll work. Let me see how high I want it to be, though. So I want to go all the way up to here. Does it feel natural to be there? Yeah, and then we'll have the thing on top. Blocks of many a blocks. So it looks good there. I'll come back here. Yes. I think that's what we want to do. It'll make the building tall and kind of just feel very... I don't know how to put it. Oomph. Give it oomph. We'll be able to see the, what it is like from here. Alright. Arr. Arr. Steal chickens. I think I have to. With an itch. Well, I mean, it wasn't quite there, but, you know, it was basically there. You know what? We'll hold... Is this the silky? Yeah. Well, we weren't there yet, so... There. All good. Alrighty. Alright. Let's put this away. When was it again? I don't remember. That's another item, so it's not gonna be there. I don't think I took all of it with me, so... I didn't think I did. These are all new items. Bone meal. Hard snow. So I guess I did use all of it? I'll assume it was in there then. That makes sense item-wise. Alright, let's get some more stuff, and then we'll get more stuff, and then we'll go. Alright, so first we just kind of want to get these, right? Anyway, get the stuff, get the stuff. Anyway, boom. We've got a couple of these now. Forgot one. Chuck these in here for now. Alright. Do we need more of this, right? We need those too. Alright. Okay. Alright. There we go. Clean that up again. Okay. I should have a bit over a stack now. Yep. Alright, what else have we got on us? I don't know if I need dirt. Alright. Okay. Alright, so woo. Bump. Let me see, what do we got? Oh, we got more than I needed, I hope. So we're gonna put these back in here for now. I need the food. I'll put these in here too, because I don't actually need those. Is it getting dark? I don't think I'm gonna need all of this either, so I think I'm only gonna go for like a stack and a bit. I might come back and take more of this, but no, I'll just take the wood I have on me as well. Again, I don't think I'm gonna need it, but I do think I might. Wow. Alright. So let me grab the rest of the materials I'm gonna probably need. I can get the rest of this kind of underway, other than the glass, obviously. And I only got 6 lights, so it's not really enough to do that. More, but... so I need... What I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna make 2 stacks into the stairs. I don't know if I actually need 2 stacks or not. But... you know, I'll just let this play again. And I might just be coming right back effectively, but you know, it's fine. Alright. By the way, at the end of this, we should probably check how much gunpowder we have. We have a decent amount. Maybe do some blowing up. If we wanted. I don't know if it's actually going or not. It should be going. I'm not far enough away for it to not be, I don't think. I'm gonna start by putting all the stairs in place first, and then from there I will go and do the other stuff. Because, like, we can see here, this clearly needs to be done still, right? Like that. I think this side's been done, right? Yeah. This side is not. And neither has this. It is fast. Overall. It's just... well... that's where it's supposed to be. This side is not done. Alright. I mean, either way, it's gonna be like this anywho, so it doesn't really matter if I put this in before I do the other stuff, right? Alright. Okay. There, and then we can do this one. Boom. I did know I needed one. I was already aware of that, so that's not okay. Alright, so that should be all that. I think that's all of it. Let me make sure. Oh no, I haven't done this side. I have not done this side. Boom. I was thinking in the end it was going to be like about a stack and a half. I just wasn't sure. Here's how close I'm going to get to about a stack and a half. And we're about to find out, I guess. Potentially a little bit over as well. Alright. Yeah, I think I was right. That basically assumed it was going to be a stack and a half to 2 stacks. In the end. At first I was thinking it'd be 1 stack, but then as I was going tomorrow, I'm like, nah, that's going to be after 2 stacks. So, I was right to get 2 stacks, yes. Yes, I was. In fact, I might have even needed more. No, we're okay, we're okay. I was gonna be like, wait. I know my internal math can be a little off, but I was gonna be like, that's a little much. Alright. Oh, I missed the spot. There, last one. Yeah, I definitely needed 2 stacks, and so I'm glad I grabbed 2 stacks. There. But see there, that's like that. Oh. Is this actually new? It's not. Yeah. The more I look around, the more I'm like, wait. There's just a few spots. Alright. Sorry. Alright, let's finish the one light that I had mostly done, but I haven't finished. It's this one over here, right? Here. Alright, just one light left. We're good. Alright, and then you can just kind of take these and then put them in. I could use them like this. It's not like I'm planning to, Oh, I'm gonna need even more. Oh, jeez. And we'll have to go get my stores in a sec. More stairs in a second. I didn't even notice this section. That's fine, though. That's a lot easier. That's like 16. Thank you. I do think I'm still not going to do the corners on this inside part here. I did think about a little bit of doing it like here, but I think it's better to just be flat across. I might go up like another 2 blocks. Like that. Let's see. It could work. And remember, we're gonna have a dome on the top. Ish. And a light, probably. So... yeah, I think that's a pretty good way to kind of make this different. Alright, let me go get another stack of stairs. So I can finish the one section and can kind of do a little bit of the expanding out of this section as well. Anyway, I think it'd be okay to have the entrance slash exit be effectively just the perfect size hole to go down or up. I don't know. They don't really go straight up or down. The only thing I'd be concerned about is if they can, I don't know. Alright, oof. Alright, let's grab one more stack so that we can make those stairs. I'm so sneezy today. Honestly, if I had the, alright. Yeah. So I feel. Hello, frogs. Nope, nope, I'm the only thing that gets to be here. Now get out. The frogs are keeping me from getting on. Come on, frog. Sometimes forget those guys are there. And then I fell back in and I remember that they are there. Alright, let's just start by finishing the last section and then we'll go up to the top. Let's see what we can't do. Alright. Oh. Oh, I see what happened. I see why I was so confused. It's my own brilliance that did this. Alright. Because this side is correct, but the other side was not. There. Alrighty. That should all be correct now, yeah? Almost correct. Alright. Well, I mean, I guess eventually we'll have them all. There. Oh, thanks. I think that's all good now, right? Right. Alright, we're gonna say that's good. Alright. Do I have enough? Yeah, I do. Um... Okay. we can do it like that, and then what we can do is we can bring these out here, 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 and here. Yeah. Do the same exact thing as we have done so far. I'm gonna need more stairs, of course, but I'll have to get up here again. Okay. Let's just do this one as well, so we'll know that that's there and that's like that. Alright. There. So this can be like a, But I do think this is going to be one that you would climb up, essentially. I might even basically specifically... I might actually want to do it like this, actually, after all. So it's like that, right? Let me go sleep. So that it specifically does that. But only on the spots that it would lean out, right? But on, and not on the front, which is where you would actually be going. Right? So then the only side that would not be like that, I guess, other than we can do it maybe like this. Like that. And then... so it's like that, right? And then what you can do... potentially on the inside, right? So what we can do here is then have that go all the way up like that. It feels natural. It actually does look pretty good. And then that'll be a glass dome on the top. But what I might do is I might have there be a light as well. So it literally is a light we have to go up. Like a lighthouse, right? Glowing light floating kind of thing as well. It feels pretty good. You have to tell me otherwise. I think it feels good, at least. I don't know. I like how it looks. And I'm just gonna justify my opinion that way. Like, I know it's not that great, but I like how it looks, so it's good. It's good. And then obviously, you wouldn't have these. It would just literally be a ladder. Or ladders, depending. Right? And then... yeah, we then can have a light and have all sorts of things, and then that will just kind of feel good, I think? I don't know. Hopefully, it'll feel good. Let me get a couple more of these done so that we can finish this off. Only really need like 3's worth. Also, I just kind of need some more lights. So that we can kind of continue that, right? So I'm gonna grow a couple more trees so we can finish off the... I do want to kind of finish the basic shape. And then from there... and yeah, so different areas can have different things. It feels comfortable enough, right? You have to tell me if it's not great. In your honest opinion. Opinion. Alright. I'm not gonna do it on this side. I'm only gonna do it in these places here because I do feel that this makes some sense to kind of have this here. You know, the glass kind of... Alright. So in between. So this section, this is like this. And then as I said, I do think I want to have one here, but only here. So that unlike the area, there'd be a much more in general, kind of like you have a whole bunch of gas kind of floating around. So this would be more for that poor guy that his gas he got into something unfortunate. And so here he is just trying to handle. In all honesty, I might even have considered going even further out instead. Like, because this would be more about, do you think that still goes there? No. You know what, for these... The nature of it is far more in line with just kind of... Reserve. Our table. Because it's meant to feel a little bit more personal. Grab that in a second. Rustic Gasty Poo. There, so this is more like a thick kind of loading bay kind of area, right? It feels very different. In fact, I might do it on both sides. Nah, I think this is good. We gotta have room for the gas. Actually, you know what? It might look okay if this section is more closed off feeling. I don't know. Alright. So let's say we actually did do that. What space would there be in the middle? It's supposed to be enough space for a gas. Alright. I mean, they are big, yes. But I'm thinking it might work just from the... Because the idea would be this is a thick gas, right? This isn't like your normal gas, but you can just like travel around. You don't want it to be moving around too much. See, buddy, what'd you get into? So like that. Kinda. Yeah. In fact, you might still have the glass kind of come out to here. So, like... even have it be like this, so it's really an isolation chamber. In the most truest way of itself. There's just enough room for the gas to be able to sneak through the sides, so we'd have to add something in the middle, but it's fine overall. There. And then what you could do here is... Yeah, I hear you. Do this like this. And then you can bring in another one here to do this. Or do this like this. I'm gonna need more blocks. That's fine. Alright, so then we can just kind of do this. But this section feels different, you know? Observation and all that. May even do the top part as well. Mind you, there has to be enough room for the gas itself, which is why that's being done the way it is, but... If the gas can't really move around, then it kind of makes sense. Other than up and down, obviously. Alright, let's start with these. Alright, so we can go to there. It feels stable like that. Like a holding tank, right? And we'll do the same thing on the top. So it's like that. Might even go up like an extra, like, couple layers, so we'll be able to... So, like, if we were to take some of these, you could even have, or this goes with an extra, like, 3. Or 4. You could pull this over here like this. Actually, maybe even... Let me go make a couple more of these. And then I'll finish this section, I guess? Other than glass, because we don't have any glass right now, but to kind of get the idea of what we're looking for, right? Alright. I mean, it already feels way more stable, right? The entire concept would be like, what would be the gas? Maybe they took a fireball in the nether, or maybe they ate something like a magma ball or a slime ball. Which, I mean, let's be real, if gas were real, probably would happen. I just really didn't do this one. Yeah, I'm not gonna have enough. I need 20. So this will be the top section here. Alright. Alright, so I need another 5. Then that would be that section basically done. It feels a bit like a tank because it's a bit of a tank. Alright. Should be enough for that. And I suppose part of how to keep... Is it actually raining? Or is it storming? Oh, it's just raining. Alright, let's just finish this off. It basically was there, and I just realized I only needed 4. 5, rather. And I made 12. It's fine. Alright. And as we can see, that's like that. Literally, then you'd probably have glass along the top. Or inside. So gas can float up and down in this tiny section in here. It doesn't really get a whole lot of wiggle room, but like I said, this is literally if the gas is not feeling well, or not doing well at all. You don't want your, big flying boy to, intermingle until you know exactly what's going on. Maybe it's just that they ate a slime ball instead of a snowball, or maybe it's something much more serious. I don't know, some gas-related illness. Because obviously we know these will go here. No, wait, they will go here. Alright, because it goes here, and here. On each level, there. And there. So it's on the inside. But yeah, imagine living your entire life. That's how you travel and everything. And the only way to get anywhere in the world is just like having some of these guys just kind of sitting around, making little burbly noises and everything. I mean, it did be quite something to realize. They are just... completely and totally... not something you can sacrifice. And the potentially kind of horrible jokes that might come out of it as well, as like a doctor who's like, hey, you won't be telling them anything. It's like, how am I supposed to tell blah blah blah? He's like, well, you won't be telling them anytime soon. That's for sure. Dark humor. Oh, you know, that's duck. Don't fly again. Big rock shot. Well, I don't know. Like, imagine if you're like at one of these stations. If you're dealing with all sorts of injuries and stuff, right? Again, you gotta think of it as not like you think of it with your world life, right? But instead, if you were to live in this kind of world, especially after many, many years, in all honesty, the concept of like, is it as simple as just like, and it would literally just be kind of the lightening of the mood. Oh, I guess because of how I did it, it'll eventually get into the second one. Oh well. Anyway, but basically, rather it be more along the idea of just kind of, how do I put it? Like, if you've seen every gas injury known to just in general, after a certain point, it's like, you came in here, you know what's wrong. You just want me to give you a different answer kind of thing, right? It's not really funny, but to some extent, you just, like, well, what you gonna do? You already know you can't do anything. Doesn't even mean the gas can't, like, survive or anything. It just might mean, like, things like, I mean, for example, let's be real, gas are basically giant balloons. Alright? Imagine they've basically got a puncture in that. Sure, maybe you can, like, do some form of repair. But they'll never be able to fly in the same way again, right? And definitely not in the way that they used to. Carrying items, mobs, whatever. The amount of weight it could carry would most likely be much, much less. In which case, it's like, you aren't going anywhere, man. Heck, the gas itself might still be able to have a perfectly fine life afterward, but the problem would be, the gas just simply can't. At that point, it's more of a pet. And again, like I said, it's a dark, horrible, dark humor, right? And that, unless somebody else comes along, you're stuck. That's more where I was going along with. Again, we're not thinking in terms of, like, you can't think in terms of, like, normal everyday world, right? Because that's not what it would be. It would be, more along the lines of just like, well, this is just how it is. right? Because obviously, well, in reality, it's like, well, you've gone into the family business and all that. This would be an expensive animal to care for, upkeep, and everything. I mean, you effectively have to maintain a food source for it while you go on your trip and everything. Having one of these stations is great, but wow. Not like that's gonna guarantee you enough anything. It's the safest option. It goes the farthest. But it's still going, and if it's an actual world, right? You have to be able to feed them. In other words, 2 of your inventory slots at all times potentially are filled with snow blocks. Effectively, except that what you feed a ghast is a snowball. Specifically, so you need snow. Frozen water. Water itself is not enough. That would only be like the place to kind of start. So, again, I mean, you're probably even willing to keep the ghast alive and everything right afterward, but as long as you're not like having to travel, the upkeep isn't so bad, right? It's only once you actually start having to go anywhere or do anything like that, this becomes a concern. And sure, you can stop at like stations and you can have like if you see a mountain, you definitely can go to get some, but beyond being expensive, it would just be very impractical. And so it'd be cheaper to just kind of be like, yeah. Fire the gas, get new gas. But depending on like the zones and stuff, you might not have the ability to do the gas. There'd be all sorts of factors that would go into it. I do think that most likely most gas-related mishaps, if you will, will be fairly treatable and all that, and wouldn't necessarily end up being too overall concerning. But that some of them would just kind of be, well, maybe not, the end of the line. It is the end of the line of that gas being used. And the need to raise a new one and everything would definitely not be cheap. Kind of where I end up going with it. And yeah, I do think that after a certain point, old Kudgeons, if you will, might not be as the thing to just pretend that it's okay. Same way he would have at some points in his career. All right. Yes. All right. Anyway. And then you can fill in the inside, the top part. I kind of want to do on that one. All right. Anyway, but if you think of it like that, it kind of works. It's just dark. think this is the right spot. I might be a little high. No, wait. It goes here. Yes. I guess we can do it like this. I think this will be how... Actually, no. I think it will be the solid blocks. Alright, so that's that one. Um... Suppose what we could do here... We could even just kind of... I mean, this is gonna be expensive, but, like... If we were to get some... I'm gonna have to climb back up. Right, so this goes around like that. I want to see how that looks. But then I think... Alright, so if we figure 1, 2, 3... Times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 21 for each corner. 42, 84. Plus probably an extra... I'm gonna go with 8. 84 plus 8 is 90. 98. I might just go up to a full 2 stacks of them. Just to be sure. See? And we can add in the light on the top. We have a few. We have the ability to start making some. The problem is I don't have enough to make... Wait, we're almost halfway there. We can get more blocks back at the thing, and maybe we can work towards more lights. And then that would be the top of that, and then we can get the glass. And I honestly think that that's basically, other than really that section, we can get the lights and everything else starting to be in. The basic shape is there. Anyway. Point being, let me go get some more. Just kind of want to go for 2 stacks. If at all possible, you know? starting to look kind of like what you would kind of maybe expect. Right? Other than the fact that it definitely has like a medieval kind of feel to the front area, but that's okay because of the nature of this being a little bit more like a newer build versus an older build, I guess. So structurally wise, these would potentially be older builds, right? For the most part. Or at least structurally. They might have new blocks put in. Whereas anything kind of farther away would be more new. I don't know. Alright. I guess it's not that exciting. I get it. Alright, Alright, I have a stack and a half. Which in total is 96. I think I want to make like 2 or 3 more, but then from there... Yeah. I think this is a pretty good place to be at with them. I also need to make some more stairs. Do I? I could probably use a couple more stairs, right? To be sure. Alright, let's be sure we have enough stairs. I think that'll be enough, definitely. Alright, and then we'll make these as well. Alright, I want to make 2 more of these into stairs. And then the rest of these can kind of be... I think I have more than enough. I might not have enough. Then the front area can be done. All I'll need is the glass. And lights, but the lights are relatively easy. There. I mean, it looks really good kind of coming in. It really does need the glass and stuff, but other than that, it looks almost like a castle, weirdly enough. Even though obviously in reality it very much is not. All right. All right. Let's tell me though, I guess. All right, two. Know which one I'm grabbing. We're not doing glass right now, so it's fine. Two, we're on 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Alright, so then we go in here. In here. In here. And there. Then we do the same thing on the other side. Alright, and so then what we would do here is we do this here. There. There. I'm not going to have enough blocks on my hat. Also, getting back up here is going to be a pain in the butt, but I guess let's just start here. And then basically what you would do is here. I probably don't have enough. Realistically speaking, I was kind of just trying to guess. Or I have too much. I'd rather be too much between the two, but you know. Can we get this to work? I can't. I guess it'd be here. No. No. I mean, yes, we can. It can be like this. It won't look right, though. But it'll work. I I guess what we could also do is just say... like that. Sun is definitely setting. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get those back. Or get back up there. It's fine, it's fine. And then we'll have to clear back out and all that. Hopefully it looks okay. Alright. I suppose let's just climb up with this. It'll be fast to get back down. Alright. Let's just start by going here. And then I think there's like one more spot. Or is this all? Yeah. Alright. Alright. Okay. Okay. We do this. 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 Do I like that better? Yeah, I think I do. Because it makes more sense. Alright, so then that's there, it's a little off, and then that's there. Yeah. And then we do the same thing here. Let's get this one done. Alright. And then we'll have one more section. I definitely misjudged, but that's fine. Well, misjudge isn't necessarily the right word. I have more rather than less. But that is honestly okay, because we'd rather have more rather than less, right? We don't want to have to go back down. Alright, so... and this one is here. Here. And here. That should be good. Ow. Alright. Alrighty. Then we can do this. All right. Hmm. Ah, nope. Okay. There. I mean, it's quite... It definitely falls into the line of just kind of the idea of... It is... a lighthouse. Actually, the concept of that coming down to there actually works for those. Alright. Let's back up a second. Yeah. I mean, it's not perfect by any means, but especially as you get farther and farther away. It did get some good vibes. Alright. I guess that's kind of sad that I messed up how this is gonna be now. Alright, we do want this here. We're gonna use this for now, because we're gonna remove it because it goes glass there. I would like to go maybe to here, I think. And then... there. And then that would be a good place to kind of have the glass be. Again, we could just kind of pull this out. That's 1, 2. Oh, I forgot to do the, that. Oops. Or does it feel too short? It feels a little short. See, that's why we gotta test these things, right? Honestly, going all the way up and in. Might... No, because I want it to still be more like that. You gotta remember, there's still gonna be glass behind it, right? Does that feel a little bit nicer like that? It feels weird, but knowing what goes where, it's not gonna feel as weird, I don't think. Because the entire idea is it's encapsulated by glass, right? So if I take some of the glass, it will not feel as weird. I hope. I'm probably wrong. So if we go like this, that go like that around. I don't know if I want to use those. I don't think I am over here. I think they just kind of... Yeah, they don't even kind of exist. Oh, do I need a stair here? I need stairs all around. I just have to figure out where things go. Right. Yeah, I mean, it's getting there. It does, I do think it's going to need the glass to kind of show that it's just like basically a biosphere on the inside. It's not going to be grand, but it won't be horrible. Alright, so, I need to look underneath this now. Because this section, like I said, over here is going to be the... I kind of almost want to make it a different one on the inside, but I don't know. It might just be better to just, at the very least, start by kind of... Oh. Start with a few of these. Okay. I might just go with the regular plane. It does work. Yeah. So that it gives a feeling of just like... It gives it shape. Let's just start with some of this. And shape is important. I think I'm just gonna fill it in like this. I did think of adding other textures, but I don't think I'm gonna because I think this is just easier like this. Alrighty. Alright. So that's the inside would be like this. Although I do think these might actually be filled in more like this. Well, I normally wouldn't necessarily. Oh, you know, that's a pillar. Might need a few more of these. And then they'll just be kind of like that. Something you didn't normally see. I'll need more so that I can finish it, but... well, it's basically there. It's basically there. It works for what we need. And then walls. Do... like, if we were to do this like this... although, I do think... maybe not here, because this would be a... then you can just kind of have a space in here, like that. Have this come all the way over, whether you see it or not. And the only place where it goes would be here. Kind of create a bit of a room. I don't know. Create a space that's just separate and truly separate. You don't have any idea what's going on in here. But maybe instead of this, lights. But at the same time, it might be nice to just have like an older fashioned, just kind of like lanterns and stuff. Inside, whereas the outside still looks completely high tech and everything. So, yeah. I don't know. You have to tell me what you think, I guess. There. Oh, it's a zombie. Oh, is it too dark under here? Figures. Oh, never mind. No, they're just coming in from... Now, if I'm just faster than them... Alright. There we went. No, I guess it actually was here. Somewhere. Probably here. Because he didn't come from down here. You know, I would have totally thought it would have been. I would have thought it would be underneath the, it does look like it might be a little too dark under there, but we're gonna have the lights on the sides and everything, so it's not gonna be as dark. Alright. Anyway, I swear I not dropped a block. But I don't see it now. So, oh well. I guess. Wow, 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 wow. All right. Actually, no, this wouldn't go to here. It would go to here. Yeah. No, I definitely dropped the block. I just don't know where. Maybe it actually fell here? Nope, it looks like those are just poppies down there. So, yeah, it's very confused. Very, very confused, because, like... Well, whatever. I used an even number of blocks. Whoa. Found where they were coming from. Okay. Note to self, light that up. See if we can't see underneath again. I mean, I need something, I guess. I know where we go. need to get farther away, actually let that despawn a second, and then come back. That's not a good spot. I thought I had at least closed off, if not lit up, every spot. I'm not realizing there was a spot right there. It explains so much. In the worst way. Alright. Hopefully this guy's gone. Not here, obviously. It's up. Alright, this guy's still here. I swear, when you need stuff to despawn, it doesn't. And when you don't want it to despawn, it absolutely always does. Obviously the block is gone at this point, but I'm trying to get to the point where I could just light this up, I guess. Or I guess I gotta just try and stab the creeper. Accept the explosion. For what it will be. Yeah, that might be the way to go. The side that is actually able to kind of become a problem. Yeah, but you can't actually get to me, so, you know. Boom. Yeah, that's a thing. That explained a lot. Oh, he's still here. Like, dude! I swear... How far away do I need to get from this guy? When did he spawn? Alright, I'm gonna go all the way down to that sunflower. If I can't get him to despawn from that, I am kind of annoyed. Because he's not really supposed to be... There's only, like, so far that he's supposed to be even rendered in. I mean, it looks cool from this side, too. I suppose since glass doesn't really show anyway, it could be interesting to kind of just get all the little sections done after building up the, that side. Try to figure out where this thing was. Alright, good, it's gone. I have dirt. And so while this certainly is no longer a danger, nope. Alright. Suppose we could move the infinite water source over here. For gas depot, right? I mean, because it's not like it's, bedrock where this isn't possible. Anyway, just don't make it deep enough to drown the gas, right? And you could say it's like a watering pool, I guess. After all, sick gas needs all sorts of things. The weird thing is... I don't think that's enough to drown them. And you can even have it also be a place where you maybe keep like a baby gas or gasling as well. This is also a positive place potentially. I guess, because I mean, I guess the idea would be that potentially gas can, because that could be like the more positive, like, oh, it's getting like your as your gas starts sinking down, right? And it's like you're getting concerned, kind of thing, like, oh no, does it have some sort of illness? Is it something's been punctured? And then it's a happy surprise. It's a baby gas. Right? And so it's like... You can have that as well. Yeah, it could either be the most horrible day of your life, or it could be your best day of your life. Yes, you simply do not know. Anyway, let me get the materials, I guess, to kind of build up a little bit more. Anyway. Anyway, well, I need more deep slate, so I guess we just gotta go down and go grab some. Oh, we got time. Honestly, I could use the water to go down, I think. I'm not sure where I land. Oh, that's easy. Ooh, that was gonna be very concerning in a second. I was like, whoa. I was like, did I do my math? Thought I did. I did. Well, I guess let's just grab some more of this stuff, right? No, a lot, but we do need some. And we could even use the water to go back up. Now we know exactly where it goes. We definitely need to remove it, though. Just not yet. Or if I wasn't going to remove it, it would have to be in a much more secure fashion, I guess. Just due to the nature of it, right? Alright, I probably need even more than this. Did I hear something? Okay, I have water. Boom. We made it all the way back up. Alright, and up we are, and up we are. Guess we'll check this again. I think I have to, because I know what I've done wrong. Rather, it's because I'm not good at doing, like, you know? But in theory, if these guys keep dying, we'll start getting some soon. I wish I could check, kinda... I mean, I guess I can. The problem is... yeah, if we can, I'd like to get over here. I've got time. Let me get out my silk so I can kind of maneuver, so I can kind of show what I mean. I can just go here. Because I'm pretty sure the problem is, yeah, see, so we need another 2 stacks. I've done it to myself. I know I've done it to myself. Don't know how to do that. I don't understand how that works, but we can see it only needs about 2.5 stacks left. So as long as we're like where we've been, I guess the monsters over there are kind of eating up some of it, but overall it does seem to be working still. So in reality, if I was over here and I was just kind of like over, I guess they have king. A little higher. We're not doing that because that would be frustrating. And I don't think that'd be fun for a stream. I mean, you can always correct me. But... something tells me that it's not terribly exciting. I just sit there with that in the background. And not doing anything else. Anyway, like I said, I don't think it's all the yeah. So instead, we just kind of take the fact that we're not going to get a whole lot out of it until we get to a certain point. It really is starting to kind of look super cool, though. Because it's got like that mix of kind of like fantasy, magic, and all that, but it's also got that vibe also of just. I should probably have made some stairs. You know, it's not too late. Let's look at it. But it's kind of like that mix, which is kind of weird. But I like the look. The initial look as you go in is kind of just almost like more to the fantasy side of fantasy. But then the closer you get, the more oh, I forgot this. Yeah. All right. For now, I'm just gonna take about a half stack or so and say those will be turned into these. Now, if I can rush, yeah, I have time. Not lots, but I have some time, especially if I eat while I go up. Alright. It's cool, though. At least I think it's cool. You guys will have to tell me how not cool it is. But see, it's like from a distance, it looks almost like it's castle walls. Only once you get in closer, you realize there's no wall. I don't know, I like that. But the windows are not windows, they're just lights. I mean, especially imagine it from like a distance at night. Oh boy. Once it's done, I mean. Alright, two. Just like this. One, two. Three. Four. At least finish this area, I guess. Alright. And then that's all of those because we can't put one on that backside. Not like that at least. But if we know that's how that's gonna look for there, it'll kind of allow for more here as well, potentially, depending. But I do like how that is. I think that stylistically wise, it does work. Can we make it? No. Well, I can't make it if I fall on my face. Let's try this again whilst actually jumping. Yeah, nope. I can make it. How bad is my parkour skills? Bad. Alright. I felt that not start. Mm-hmm. I felt that. I felt that. Alright. Okay. So we copy this. 1, 2, 3. Block. We can make it back, so let's just pick up our blocks. Hmm. Alright. Okay. That's 1, 2, 3. Ow. And done. Feels a lot, but it works for what it is. Bop. 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 And boom. Kind of want to get the ones closest to the front. They look weird because we don't have the glass in them, you can tell. But there should be something there. At least I think you can, I hope. I don't know. Do one more. Alright. We have 2, 3. In here. Alright. mean, mind you, this would be a lot faster and easier if I had the glass, but I don't, so... I don't have enough to do another section. But I think it looks good. I think it looks at least decent. It's starting to really kind of come together as a space, right? Right? Hello, Knight. How are you? I built that today. We're working on this now. Oh, I'll do that in a second. What the heck is over there? That's just the goat, right? Something else. Well, I know there's a donkey over there too, but... What are you doing, okay? Me... do this. There. That way it's kind of like that. But what we can also do, because this is going to be covered up on the side, is we can also go extra flare, I guess you could say. Alright, and then because we have these anyway, right? What do we want to do with this? Yeah, this is Java. Well, because, of course you don't. I've been building this because I got a happy gas, right? And so... Happy gas kind of needs a home. Remember? Yes, effectively. It's just I've got a lot more of it done. I've gotten quite a bit of it done at this point. But yeah, I mean, it's just kind of easy to do. It's gotten quite a bit more, but it's just like like completely, totally designed around the idea of just... you know, how it might feel. Anyway, I was just focusing on trying to get some of this in. We're almost done. Which one? You mean the Nautilus? Thing? Or is there a new leak? Well, I mean, to be fair, like, if you're talking about the one where the guy, he's put up the word Nautilus, basically. He's basically always been super cryptic because of the whole, you know, you don't want to get caught. Or other, it's a lot harder for Mojang to take him down if he's, like, on a private Discord server and all sorts of other stuff, right? Oh, that one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I heard about that, yeah. You know what I found myself thinking is, it really does that leak. I thought you were talking about the update. Yeah, no, I did hear about that one, yes. I think the thing that's quite... I was left with well, I found the rules on the Bedrock version to be dumber. The fact that they are actually specific and have, you know, specific rules, right? It kind of does show that the issue with figuring out what rules are, you know, wants to follow. Yeah, I think I heard Kitty too. And welcome back. And I was just like, when I heard it, I was like, it really shows. Because the thing is, right, for even like rules and stuff, like one of the agreements, if you go back and you look at it, was that Java would not be touched, right? At least not by Microsoft. So in theory, the more wishy-washy rules that let them get away with far more, right, is the Mojang problem. I mean, that's kind of where I was left with. Because that would be why it's a different rule set, right? But on Bedrock, Microsoft is like, you know, well, it makes sense. If it's two separate rule sets for two different versions, because each version is made by... one is made by the... basically, at this point, the developers, right? And then the other one is by the publisher. Then, whichever one has... Again, I've had some of the rules feel like, that's so dumb for the Bedrock stuff. But I was also left with, at least it's concise and clear. And beyond that, like I said, I definitely get the vibe that it definitely it just shows which version's which, right? Or that it really and truly is determined by separate entities, if you will. The thing is, I wouldn't necessarily normally think that way, but like I mean, you know? What I mean? But yeah, I did hear about that one. It does... Yeah. But yeah, I was very much left with, huh. How interesting that the different version... And then the version that is... Maybe throw it... Well... What I mean is, like... How do I put this? If it was done by the same group, rather the same in general, right? Then you would have the same rule set, for better or for worse. But if it's a different rule set, then that means it's two separate groups to effectively determine this. I'm not saying, I'm saying it's kind of bad. At the same time, it's like... it's a lot harder to blame... I feel like with those rules, there's things you can blame Microsoft for, but for the Java rules, I feel like you can't really, because, well, again, it just kind of goes into... yeah, well, not that they revealed it, but that people have basically forgotten, or often forget, and still forget. Notice, people still are going, Microsoft, Microsoft. It's like, but if it's Microsoft that's making the rules, right? Wouldn't the rules be the same across both versions? And thus be the stricter rules? Rather than the kind of, like you have no idea one way or the other. Like, at least it's concise and clear. Whereas the other ones are not. They're vague and can be, like, reinterpreted however. Again, for better or for worse. And I think I really do go there. Well, because the thing is, if it was just... It goes right back to the whole reason that the lawsuit that this leak is coming from, right? Is even started in the first place. Was about how vague the rule set was for the Java, and just like what is allowed and what's not. The concept that on Bedrock, these very same rules, for better or for worse, if there is one that is more concise and clear, which is what was requested, and because the whole, like... Again, I don't think it's the best. I think it's still horrible that it would be done this way, right? I don't think it's good. But... if it had just been, okay, they're implementing the... Yeah, but it's not supposed to be that way. In theory, both groups are... Because that's why like, think about it. People blame Microsoft, right? For anything that goes wrong in Minecraft. Especially things like the EULA and the rules and stuff. That's kind of where I'm going with it. I think and to be clear, I think the Bedrock, aka the Microsoft rules, are very overbearing in a lot of ways, but they are clear and understandable. Like you said, it just says no gambling, straight up. Yeah, I was getting around that. It's fudging it. And effectively ensuring, because they know that they're not being looked at, right? But whereas on Java, yeah, know how do we feel today? And by the way, that's one of the things that I've seen like so often be commented on is why are loot boxes allowed if gambling is not allowed on Java? And assumedly on Bedrock. Turns out, no, it's not allowed on Bedrock. But for some reason, it's still allowed on Java. Think about it. Because that's not gambling? It's EA. Like, I don't think that's the case. But and instead you look at it as, again, I go with, this is not, this is E. This can be viewed as E, right? If you look at that from that point of view, it becomes, yeah, one version very, very clearly, oh, I remember what I wrote down to do. Whoops. Has, well, made it pointed. But website has not. It's the kind of thing that does open the question, though. So how deep does this go? Really and truly. And I mean, things that, like I said, would say are not really all that great is the gun thing, right? At the same time, it's like, whether I like it or not, I mean, it's... Hello, Toxic! How are you doing? Why does it say first time chat? Okay. I was confused. I was like, that doesn't make a lot of sense. But fair enough. Thank you for the other follow. Or another follow, rather. Alright. But yeah, no, I mean, that's kind of where I end up going with it. It's just... It does say something. But it doesn't say good things. Can't wait to find out what other information comes out about it. Yeah, that's like, it's like I knew because I was like, but I was like, oh, that doesn't make sense. I could have sworn. I thought Twitch might have pulled an annoyance, honestly. knowing how Twitch can be. I do think this makes more sense to kind of just pull back here. Alright, yeah, like that. And I could pull one over here. I can decide what else I want to do in a minute, but there. So that should look okay for like where you're going in, right? Or maybe... No, I think I see what I need to do. Let me look again which block exactly. These. Alright, I need a couple though. I think it'll look better if we... or do that. So I can understand my thought process in a second. So remove this one. With this one. Ouch. Well, I guess we get a good look at it. Yeah, I like that better. I mean, I know you can't see exactly what I'm looking at until I'm done, but... Let's go here. This goes here. Alright. Like that. It works. I might adjust a little bit more, but I think that it looks a little bit better that way. Maybe a little bit more, I do see one more. I think I know what I want to change now. But then I think I'm good with that. Sure. What you putting in? Fancy? Guess so. Okay. If you don't want to share, that's on you. I mean, I don't care that much. I mean, I think it's interesting. interesting, but I'm not, like, gonna, like, force you to tell me, man. I'm gonna guess it's something like... Either you've got something really fancy, or something already known for being really hardy. Yeah, like that. That will do it. Are you sure it's not reversed? A little bit there? I mean, no, I could be totally wrong, but I could have sworn... Ah, okay. Makes some more sense. Okay, Ryzen. Are you putting in 2 graphic cards? Okay. Yeah. No, I'm just left with, I could have sworn, maybe I'm wrong. But I thought it was 90/50. I thought it was 50/90. Forgive me for my confusion. I just realized I need more stairs. Yay. Whatever. It's fine. Anyway, I mean, I know, I accept being totally wrong. I could have sworn. Well, I mean, to be fair, it's a Happy Gas stable, basically. If you will. Or rather, an in-world version kind of thing of what it would be like, potentially. You know? So this is where you would keep them, or you would have them normally. If they're sick, or if they seem to be sick, they're having issues, you would have them be in here. Right here. Like that. But the idea is that this would be your transportation for these people, right? I'm trying to go with a more... And this is just basically a pit stop kind of place. And mind you, when it is done, we're gonna have glass, this white glass, going all the way through and everything. So it's actually gonna feel pretty comfortable to be able to walk around in. Or safe-ish, I guess, at least. Is the idea. And then for those that are the ones that travel, they would potentially stay in here. Alright, I'm gonna kind of go a bit of a ways away and make this my thumbnail as that thing, because I did finish it. And I'm very happy with what I've gotten done so far. It's taken a lot of work. I mean, because obviously, much like everything else I do, I just winged it entirely. Alright, I'm gonna go over here a second. But we can have a okay view. I know it's raining, but I think it's kind of, you know, I think I'll wait for the rain to stop and we'll do it a day. Kind of look at it. But it really is neat. I'm pretty happy with how much I've gotten done and as a style, or rather as a vibe. I was a little worried with how it would come out in the end, because obviously the entire concept is basically gas. Well, it's in the air, right? So it's taken, like, what would it be like? What would it feel like? Would it be comfortable? Would it be not? How would you... All those little factors. I realize it's daytime. I'm not gonna be able to do it. I need to sleep. But I can't. So I guess we'll just wait. Let's go finish. If I can come. Alrighty. But yeah, I mean, that's the idea, is effectively just... As I've said, and this world is meant to be effectively a post-apocalyptic world. So the concept really does go down to the whole, so how would it function under normal circumstances? A little further. Oh! Don't know where this zombie came from. I can outrun it, I think. At least enough to... Yeah. Where did you come from? I mean, there's places I could think of, but, like... Come on. Yeah, take that. I mean, overall, a bit more careful. Anyway. Obviously, it's gonna have more, like... I say obviously, it's not that obvious. But it's gonna have, like, more of a surrounding kind of thing of, like, underneath more like a probably tough, but... Effectively, it would be, like, some form of, like... hard material. Yeah, it's getting there in time, but... Alright. Anyway, what I was thinking... I don't know what I want to do. Maybe... But if it's from the side, we could just kind of... like that. To get to the runway, yeah. Alright, I can sleep. Yeah. So that around the outside edge that's not part of the one thing, it is more, all put together. I think that's where I want to go with it. Ow. toxic, no. Other toxic. 2 toxics. They're really coming at the same time. I hope you had a good stream. I am about to finish. I guess I'll just get the rest of this side done. Okay. No. Fair enough, I guess. It is, well, I suppose you could say Saturday morning, or I think, right? Yeah. Right. Anyway, I guess what am I doing on Monday, guys? While I do this? Fair enough. I suppose. Alrighty. I see. Let me make a few more of these and just quickly just do that. And then I'm off. Oh. Anyway, alright. Also, if you're curious, this is probably going to be the roof, realistically speaking, level here. So it just gives it a little bit more shade. Yeah. It's like that on the inside. I'm leaving that one alone for now because it's my way up and down, but then space-wise, it'll feel pretty comfortable inside, I think. Yeah. I'm gonna have some bookshelves, can have a sleeping bunks area over here. It actually should probably feel pretty spacious and comfortable for a Basically a rest stop. You know? It should at least feel somewhat comfortable. Mind you, the stairs are not going to be there at the end. Alright, let me go get my picture, and let me go get my chicken. So we can get food for next time, and then we'll be good. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's spacious on purpose, because the entire concept would be... in theory, well, in practice, most likely you'd have, like, maybe 2 or 3. But that's, like, their entire, like, living quarters while they're here. From where they eat, just sit, and sleep, and everything. And there's going to be a space to get some food for your happy gas in there as well. So it's actually not going to be as spacious at the end, probably, but overall it'll probably be relatively comfortable. Which is the point. Alright. Let me go get food. And, I mean, it's super tiny, but there's not really much... Maybe I get a little bit closer. A little bit closer, but I gotta jump up. Also, I gotta be careful because I got no food. Maybe here? Yeah, because I don't want it to be, like, too grainy in the picture, but I think that'll do for what I want. Alright. But it's effectively not that it's spacious exactly, it's just that that's the space that's at now. Remember that there'll be all sorts of things on the inside to fill it up. But even then, the idea would be that you could have up to 3 or 4 happy gas teams, depending at a time. And then that back corner, not that one, but there's one like back there, right? I'm gonna probably get the food, come back, and then I'll be right. But there'll be like a, I think just like a little doctor's hut kind of thing, because they'll be on standby. Like I said. I mean, you gotta love the difference between being down in the city and being up in the, like anywhere else. Let me grab food. Don't grab very much food. I am gonna leave that alone for now. Alright, we're gonna go cook these. Or rather, we're gonna start setting it up to be able to cook these. We already have some cooked, but I've got a lot of things still to cook before we can get more chicken cooking, so... Lots need to cook. Okay, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. But... what about both buckets? Anyway, but the concept would be you'd want to have the ability to have multiple teams, even if you only have one team there, usually at a time. The concept would be you've got enough space to have potentially up to 3 or 4 teams of 4 people. The likelihood is low, but it is not impossible. And potentially it could even get higher, but then that's oh well on that front. And it really is coming into view to be quite lovely. I think that's the thing that's the most insane. It's like, it's not necessarily... I mean, I did make it to be not bad looking, but it does actually look quite nice. And once we have the white glass in, I think it's gonna look... especially as you get closer, just mystifying. But we've got our, basically, lighthouse, right? On top. But yeah, I mean, think about it, right? If you have 3 to 4 teams, and they're relatively large teams, even if they're small teams, if you figure this will be a sleeping quarter area, it'll probably have a couple bunk beds. This over here is most likely going to be snowmen, so that you can get stuff for your happy gas. On both sides as well. It'll just be tastiness for gas, right? Where it goes in like this. Need to pull it over. Although I might change it to instead being these. Stairs everywhere. And then you'd have like a so each of them have their own space, I guess. So that's already that space kind of filled up, right? It's not a lot of space. But yeah, ideally you'd want to have enough for a couple teams and potentially anything else they might be bringing. Because it's not like you can lower them to the ground. Let's say you're carrying in a comfortable way. There, so then we could put this just snow golems in there. Once it's done. What do you think? Yeah, it's a large space, but it is intended for large groups. And things and all that. So that you don't have to go all the way back home to deal with it. But the whole point is it's lore. We're creating lore for this world. Night, remember? It has to be big. No, it would only really work as a multiplayer server, but... like, if we're being honest... Like, we need to just. I mean, because we're not really going to the end unless you guys actually do feel that the next update adding the lighting really and truly counts. Chris does. Thomas, it's the not true. Most lore does not mean much. The entire point is more along the lines of just you have. And Kitty is right. I do gotta finish, but because what else are we gonna do in this world, really? I mean, again, it's adding some. Like, I think that just adds a little bit of how to put it? World building. After all, how would you get goods from one place to another, right? This is how you explain that. But going to extremes, which is just that everything is transported by happy gas. So, you need a place for them to be. And specifically that it would be a specific group that has their own city and all that, right? Somewhere. I'd have to build at some point. I need more, I like new TNT for that kind of project, though. But the entire thing is it's like you gotta have some explanations, especially if it's supposed to be farther along. While people in the city might not see it, because the way these people in the city are, you gotta still have an explanation other than just the factories and stuff to how would you get things here and away? Why? Well, another way to do it would be by boat. We can have like a boat thing down below there, or even here. Probably not though, because this would be at the top. But like down there, once we have a pond that flows down into the river and all that, you can also add like a little port there as well. And stuff. But, or actually it would be more along this line, I guess, but, well, actually it was supposed to be over there, but you know what I mean. The point is having ways to transfer stuff, right? But you have to have explanation why, where, and how. Does it transfer? And the most normal answer in this world would just be happy, like just gas travel. Right? You understand what I mean, right? So, yeah, we're doing world building by literally building. And I mean, it's almost done. Have you forgotten about things like the creeping darkness? You need to be able to fly over that stuff. Yeah, so, as I said, a specific city would be the place where they start really, or where they really have. City would have nether but and by the way, as far as nether connections go, there is a nether embassy in the city. So it's not that difficult. And beyond that, like I said, you'd have specific city, right? It's gonna be this, but by like 3 or 4 times bigger and fancier, more complicated kind of thing. But like this basic idea of the towers and then the gas kind of just fly through and all that. And then from there, also, as far as gas, again, nether materials are used to build these. Like, yeah. I don't know. I think that the concept of having gas is not crazy. The entire point is that this is meant to be, like, I think I've said it before, that this is at the point where it's like the apocalypse has been it's been years, right? And this is just how each of the different groups have kind of formed and everything. I mean, this would be easier, obviously, if I was doing this in creative, but we're doing this in survival, so it takes forever to do anything. But that's why in the city there would be eventually a creeper shrine, because this is after just things have changed, and why you'd have areas that are well kept and areas that are not. And it's I more meant, Tomas, that it'd be a lot easier to get some of this stuff done. I'm not saying that it's not, like, we're not building the world in that way, but it would be nice to be able to use some of the features like copy and paste of a structure like this one, right? We could just copy the structure and then whenever we needed one, we could just like paste it down. That would be nice. Once it's done. I mean, all the different things. And I mean, I had quite the realization in a weird way. I mean, I wasn't like trying to do it. But stylistically, this is very much like the bottom of the ocean monument, you know? It's like, I didn't really even like, because I wasn't like trying to design it that way, and within it as well. Like, what could you say? I mean, obviously that's not what they were going for. Especially since 1.13, I think, was when it was added. I mean, not. Anyway. Point being, I am gonna need to go. My cat does deserve to be free and to pee. I do think this is a good place to finish for today. I think it looks really good. I think it's gonna look even better as it goes along, especially once we have that glass. Because it'll just be quite pretty. And you guys still have no specific preference for... Yeah. So, and you still have no preference for Monday, right? Remember, it's a Minecraft day. Alrighty. That's Moss. You have no preference? Break the sleep. I just need yes or no, Tomas. You don't have a preference? Alright, the Monday's gonna be, I think, reclamation. We'll get a little bit more of the mod done. Okay? Sound good? Good. Alrighty. Then I hope to see you guys on Monday, so that we'll be continuing the reclamation mod. Obviously, that's not this is vanilla, but anyway. I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for sticking around. And, yeah.